and you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what gets me. Well, that's what gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
Give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
I think this was written by a juror. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury? ? Court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors. That sketchbook was confiscated. That person has been removed.
We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness. I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't even. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, I thought.
To get ready for today. Did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry, in the back room. Yes, sorry.
So it did say Cellebrite. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Lauber, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone.
Give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Put a little more meat on that bone for me. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lauber.
Right here.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you pull, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. If you would just pull the microphone closer to you, it's easier to move that than the chin. Yeah. We'll see if that's close enough.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Carmen Lauber.
Do you spell your last name Lauber?
Yes.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am. We're gonna have to get you to hold on.
Just pull it to the edge of the.
Get it right up. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying to you.
Okay. Just yeah, that's like
Okay.
it's like right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Again, please. What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
6th grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff through junior high and high school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For most of my adult.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a type of probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT book. Just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing?
Yes.
To see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, you would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color or number was called, you had to go to the 5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
And that if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in advance.
Okay, and a plea in advance means it doesn't go down as a conviction.
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Yes.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Is that the longest time in your life since sixth grade that you have been sober?
Absolutely. Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then I go back to being high. But yes, 4 years. A little 4 years.
It's longer. I apologize for interrupting. We're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need to line up with your face a little better there, and then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. There you go.
I feel like it's jumping out.
Yeah, you can blow it.
Okay.
That's a little more. Well, there you go. Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
One of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney in Wasatch County, that there's immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
With proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully,
Yes.
regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Did he advise you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that?
Yes. Yeah.
You remind you from time to time.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah, okay, fine.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
6 times, 6 or 7 times.
And over the course of those 6 or 7 times before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours.
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
Well, after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an...
So, well,
Your Honor,
whatever. Please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, I just asked you why you testified before you had been granted immunity. You started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away. But when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard. Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened, or what I was asked for. At first, it took a minute to process everything. Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part in Eric's?
Yes.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefits, some grants of immunity?
Yes.
Before you interviewed with investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right, the 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours, had you consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. Yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't even. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry,
To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry, in the back room. Yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask Jennifer. To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
Some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones. And
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
yes,
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And did you know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going, or if we'd run into each other. I'd tell her I'm almost graduating.
That's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21. I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here. We're working past 5 o'clock. It's time to go home. I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their sons' birthdays with her aunt.
Did you know that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
When you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased for Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
Let's please begin with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay? How did Kouri Richins approach you about purchasing drugs?
She had reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably. What is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pay meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work. She was working for Doreen at the time.
How did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
That's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes.
Knew she was an active user?
Over the year, yeah.
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugged?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
February.
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lauber. I'm sitting here saying, I just need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
We're going to treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
it's okay.
About what time? Month, beginning month, end of month? Was it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
Would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler now. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no. She
Only
did.
talking about Susan Kohler.
Okay. No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler? What type of drug did you ask Susan Kohler for on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Just some kind of painkiller, an opiate.
Did you, and you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money.
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she returned back to my house with an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
The normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did you feel like there were pills in it?
Yeah, they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had texted Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway,
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the $600 that I put up for them.
You mentioned you have the part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those text messages?
I deleted them
Why?
because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my phone, it was evidence that I was not following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
It was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
Let's talk about the second time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me in text message, said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get. And at the time, I didn't know anybody. So I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay. You reached out. We have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole Cummings?
Yes.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
Can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect? Yes, sir. I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in raises the issue. Okay. There we go. For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, girl, I can't see it. Yes, naturally.
Just when you turn your head, the light has no focus. Thank you.
Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document? It's a excuse me, is a Facebook exchange that you had with Miss Cummings.
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Miss Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 in the evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, do you see there, blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this?
Yes.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Miss Cummings?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of buying drugs. Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Ted. Did you ultimately speak to Miss Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said yes, she had a friend that could help me.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said Robbie.
And is that the Robert Prozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Prozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale.
And how did he respond?
He said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend to hook up for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting?
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get them.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did, actually,
Okay.
because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
Let me maybe do this one more time. The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
I think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all
Yes.
for the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more, way higher.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000.
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so I asked her how she wanted me to grab them. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion. It was a Midway house that she was flipping. And that the money would be in there.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the small house in Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
8-12 is admitted.
Ms. Lauber, did you enter that house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with couple of coffee cups.
Thanks, Scott. So once you got the money, what did you do next?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money, how long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive at the time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peters?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Can I get 3-7, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that extraction of some photographs from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Your Honor, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lauber can identify the Cellebrite. Cellebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Cellebrite, which is not.
She can identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can. Yes, as photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Cellebrite extraction.
Okay. For the moment, Scott, can you?
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that.
I
We'll come back to this. Is there? I'm sorry, Counsel. My apologies. Will you approach briefly?
Ms. Lauber, those 4 photographs, do you recall where you were or where you were traveling to and from when they were taken?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what?
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
If we scroll down, I think is it 3 or 4 photographs, Scott? Can you scroll down? Oh, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up. There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each.
yeah,
Is that
that's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving from Heber to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And do you see the time? Scott, if you can bring one up. Do you see the time
Oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Can I get, Scott, 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please? Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish, Scott, 3-7 D1? Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that car?
Nancy.
Hey, D2, please, Scott. Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson
Yes, it is.
in Nancy Peterson's car,
Yes.
driving to meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper Maverick on February the 11th, 2022.
Yes.
Your Honor.
He's already laid foundation. Overruled.
On the way down, thanks, man. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those texts?
Just how far out are you? How long is it going to take?
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Take along. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes. And then he left the Maverick.
So The money that you gave him was $1,000 you got from that small midway house.
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear. You could see it through it.
Small, big, like
Just a small.
what's small?
Kind of small, like, you know, if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it. That kind of size.
Gotcha. Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
Kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had him. What did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take him over to the Midway house, put him in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick to the side to kind of cover it up.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
What does it depict?
that is the house in Midway.
It's in the backyard of the house.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 813 into evidence.
No objection.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom. Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you, the Draper Maverick, in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire.
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right? Pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves 233 and 234 into evidence.
No objection other than previous objection is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon. Court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34 are admitted.
We publish those, Scott, please, in split screen. You mentioned, Ms. Lauber, that those are community service. Those are letters, I guess, evidencing perhaps community service.
Yes.
What's the genesis?
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you do group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late, they're court ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late, the court ordered group therapy sessions in drug court. Am I right? The judge sanctioned you to community service.
Yes.
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with the head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you. Is the other one similar? Maybe you just flip it out. Yep. Ms. Lauber, did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and
Wow.
got more community hours.
Ms. Lauber, You were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
You just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins,
Yes.
which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well, I obviously didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie because they're in picking up pills.
Well, why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean, you still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
But you tried.
Yes, I did.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler, and the second drug deal, with the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? Want to take a minute?
No.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
Yes.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And I proceed to tell her, like, it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. I just told her you get what you get.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure. I had to Google it.
So you said there was only this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she?
Same little house at Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door?
Yes.
Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I texted Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then of course, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him and he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days, I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those?
Same text. How much longer? How far out are you? Because he always had to find a ride as well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the content of those texts?
Same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you?
And what would you text?
I would text Kouri, sorry he's taken longer than I thought.
And you deleted all of those texts?
Of course.
Did you ultimately meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper that second time?
Yes.
What happened when you met up?
Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes. Then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it. And then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie. As if we were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last year?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them. But that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
What color were they?
A lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
Text Kouri and told her I was headed back up Provo Canyon. And sorry, it was getting late. So what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
When you got back up to Heber, what did you do?
I went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with them?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a second. This is a lot. Hold on. Okay, sorry. You can repeat the question.
So, sure. The second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up Provo Canyon to your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I had given Nancy a couple for taking me because that was her drug of choice at the time. Not very long.
What did you do with them?
I reached out to Kouri and asked her what she wanted me to do with them because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Well, where did she pick them up?
In my house in Heber, in my driveway. She picked him up in my house in my driveway in Heber.
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, then the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February.
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death, did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death?
Oh, no. They were just... Wait, now you confused me. Can you ask me again?
Just pause for 1 second. Pull that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember when Eric Richins died?
Early March?
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times.
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And do you recall how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
When?
A couple days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick, and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Bonsavage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a urine house.
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills? When you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills? Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask it?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Scott, can I get 2-44? If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that? as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately show the type of message and whether it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it actually accurately show the sending party, the from party and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Cellebrite extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a Cellebrite extraction where it came from.
Please. I apologize for that. Please rise, stretch your legs. You folks are taking a break. Everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go wait in the lobby. Okay? Just for a moment. I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way. Mr. Moffitt, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit publish to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen? So we're all talking about the same thing at the same time.
Your Honor, it is there now.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
All right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
So it did say Cellebrite. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to... I'm sorry, I don't have control yet. States Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit that says Cellebrite extraction report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Cellebrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content...
The distinction, I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs.
Yes.
Not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at sidebar, going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content without identifying the source of the content. But Ms. Lauber has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellebrite report that has not been admitted. We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness. I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting Cellebrite, the word Cellebrite, solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth, his direct, using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant. To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
Well, that's what
focused.
gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
I think your ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. Discuss this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment.
That's fine.
Okay. Claire, with any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can impeach it, or they can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lauber was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate this. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text of bubbles from a phone and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this,
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time, you would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Cellebrite took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So, State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not anything from that blue line in the header or above, Scott, may come in through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott. Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis. We didn't, 3-7 by itself didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3. Yeah, but those photographs I don't think had.
Nothing further.
Didn't. No, yeah. Okay. So we have, I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44? Understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Contradimos at some point, but
Yeah, let's do that, Your Honor. Let's label this 2-44 Romeo
okay,
to denote it as a redacted version of 244.
got it. Okay, Brittany, do you need anything else for the record? All right, what I would like to do, counsel, is complete the, well, we've taken want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, listen, nobody can talk to Ms. Lauber out in the lobby. Please, no appearances of contact with Ms. Lauber. Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess. Thank you for the reminder. All right, Ms. Lauber, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone.
Sorry.
Thank
It just
you.
feels like it's so
I know.
my face.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Mr. Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. You hesitated. We don't have to do that. Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, any further record on this?
Nothing more for the record, no.
Understood. Let's publish 244 now. 244R, my apologies.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified that you had recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lauber, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So did Kouri give Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to Midway.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Sorry, what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? So I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's death.
Oh, no. She gave me she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her
Okay.
house in Camas.
So did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Bonsavage
Yes.
that was in the car when you asked her whether the
Yes.
pills caused Eric's death?
Yes.
So Nick drove you from where?
Nick picked me up in my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Canada.
Yes, Kouri and Eric's house in Camas.
Did you check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, looked at the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there. So I ran back to the front and I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Kouri a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed kind of a book about so big and wrote me a check.
Did she hand you the check?
Yes.
Scott, can we bring up 5-31 for the witness, please? And it's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through so she can view all 3 pages, please. Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 531 into evidence.
No objection.
States 5-31 is admitted. Published.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's zoom in on the check, please. Ms. Lauber, is that the check that Kouri Richins wrote you that morning?
Yes, it is.
In the memo section, do you see where it says construction, clean, midway?
Yes, I do.
Did Kouri Richins owe you any money for any cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money for any construction cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money related to Midway?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money that would make construction, clean, Midway memo make sense?
No, I never cleaned a house ever in my life for $1,300.
Okay. Let's go to second page, please, Scott. Is that the back of the check?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Third page, please. Okay. Do you recognize that as a deposit slip where you deposited a portion of that check and took out cash for the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please explain how this came about.
I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance. And then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check.
Yeah, that morning,
Did
yes.
you go straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Okay. Do you see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check, went straight to the bank and deposited?
Yes.
deposited 300 of it, you took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes, I
sound right?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Ben. Once you deposited a portion of the check at the bank, cashed the remainder, what did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores
Where did you go to thrift stores?
in Orem County.
You said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick off 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street, but we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here. Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my checking, my bank account. And Nick got 3. And then he got the remaining balance.
Do you know that math does not add up?
Sorry. Hold on. Yeah, I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3. So Robbie got the remaining balance.
You got the rest.
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round,
Yes.
just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house. Texted Kouri. Told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon
Yes.
towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes. In the closet. On the right above, like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door, but on top of the closet.
Is that the same closet where you previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified?
Yes.
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more, and if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber. Sour.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're gonna go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are
Yeah, I don't know who's
okay.
You can put it over here.
I'm going to ask you to refer to these as we talk. These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews. And we're tabbed here, interview 1 with the date, interview 2. All right.
Okay.
This is interview, we've got the dates, March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
this is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. You want to just set that aside
Yeah.
till we get to that? And then your last two interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right. So, according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple. Okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes I wasn't charging. Sometimes they'd swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about.
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together.
Mhm.
And so they came to your house a couple. What does a couple mean? 2, or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on a limb and say maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not with my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up, like, okay, where was you at this time? Stuff like that. No,
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They
Right.
drove me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came appeared with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Lewis. I apologize for the interruption. Pull the mic a little bit to your left. Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry. If you ask
Sorry, go ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Would they correct you if they thought if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you. Is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
All right. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They didn't give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did They helped put the pieces together for you for your testimony. And what was your answer?
I said, I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Can refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're going to get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
and Jill, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Miss Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
we'll get back to that too. Well, you talked to Nick Von Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where, in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to it. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
Diagnoses? You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. You were arrested for how many first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes, yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. When you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then the court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed, correct?
Yes.
All right. So right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well
Yes.
and you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is, yes.
I mean, I was an attorney.
They expect a lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity. But you're expected to do a lot.
A lot, yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected you get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in, yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every day.
Yes, it's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
All right. And there's, how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, do you have to work?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
I think it was September.
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just. Okay. Sure. It looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 27 for that?
Not quite.
I mean the date.
April
I mean the date.
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was, yeah. Yes.
You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Do we have its defense exhibit 1007? Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like,
So let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the drug court team members' notes.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
So we started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yeah. Which
is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment.
You see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee, or you had to pay for your mistreatment.
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court. Yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that.
No. If you missed it, they considered that a waste of the therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right. Well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay. So the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall that one, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know. Well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy. True? November 3rd? It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I don't know. You guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you. All right. Let's see.
Ms. Lauber, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're
right. November 3rd, drug court. You missed therapy and received. Oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug test that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me now, in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens. But as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work. Can I do it next day?
And they
With approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because
Wouldn't
you
it?
didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction. So
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that. But all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now that's good. You got a negative drug test, it looks like in
What's the year on that?
right there. You got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February. It was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it. That's not true. I didn't use.
Yeah.
But then the next week you came back and you said, well, actually I did use. You don't need to retest it. I relapsed. Which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again,
Yeah.
with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely. But if you keep getting offered and offered as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going to
All right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using
That's true. Addicts lie. All right.
active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group, your treatment. So you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested
Yes.
positive on February 11th.
Okay.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
That's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
because with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to
you're
like poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in
Mhm.
here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right. So this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified. That you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022. You were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Now, this continues all through.
Pause for a minute. May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So this continues. The missing drug tests, the positive tests. Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22, until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, were sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of court in 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before your arrest in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license. And then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court,
Yes.
right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please? Just for me and the witness. So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020. Well, you were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest, 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away, and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay.
Can we...
Trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter.
Your
Correct?
plea in abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 1 3rd-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
Yes.
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime.
Yes.
Potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there.
No, I had no idea.
But they told you hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 1 5-to-life, then you do a second 5-to-life, and then you do your 0-to-5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect.
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right. Well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not until later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter. I'm sorry. She's not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes. I'm happy to hear that she had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple of times.
So fentanyl scared you.
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, push the button.
It's sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Willis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book,
Or
yes.
You're going to pull it up.
No, we're going to use the book. We're going to go old school on these interviews. There's
my
too many
gosh.
pages to ask for.
Where do I got to go to?
To find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lou.
Remember that now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right. And you know, because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him, but I had to let her know when and what time and the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please? All right. So they say, but we think you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I told them it's a
Why don't
lot
you
to
take it?
process. Open it back up?
Yeah.
To what page?
The end.
The end? The end?
No, this section. Right there. So weird. Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So they're telling you could be in trouble in drug court and you say that's going to fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're going to give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days.
Yes.
And you don't know what's going on, but you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Bond Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter?
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd and they bring, it's Detective Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5 to lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Yes.
Distribution resulting in a death.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out, right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, but you also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants. Maybe she meant some pain pills. You didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I can remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you said, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
Because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills.
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you.
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lauber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what?
What is it?
It's not the highest education it's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
All right. So you go to Susan, and did you ask her for Roxy's, or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they? And I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you
Good.
pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again. And if you need Ms. Lewis to
Yeah,
restate
what
it,
was the
that's
question
okay.
again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get for my
Roxy's.
friend.
Okay. And what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is
It's
it
an
oxy? I'm sorry. Say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's not right. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
We've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no,
witness,
Your Honor.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury.
So have you.
Have a seat, please. Ms. Law, we're going to take a break. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment, before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the courtroom. You just need to sit, be still, listen, no audible reactions to anything. If anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, sure.
And is Ms. Lauber in the wings? Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay. I'm going to let her take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you. Patience. If you'd take the stand again, please watch your step. Here, just stay standing for a second. Please rise for the jury. Jury, please have a seat as you come in. All right. Please have a seat. Ms. Lauber, same warnings regarding the microphone. And please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lauber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from during court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sure, I'd move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
All right. Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30?
They are a stronger pain pill. Hydrocodone, I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41? You see that?
Yes, I do see.
Okay. So at that time you said, I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong? So now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you've left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No,
You just
not this one. No.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just to be sure. That's my start here. Let's see. Okay. This is different. I'm kind of looking right here and right here. Right. All right. So when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit. I got the pills from Susan. I left the pills in the fire pit. Detectives told you that it was really important you had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remember.
Yes, there was a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And let's turn to page 62. But you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them throughout this interview, and really throughout the next 6, 7 interviews, that you have a lot of memory problems.
There was a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them, though, that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know if those exact orders, but
Look to page 64.
yes.
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
That my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick Bonsavage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We've talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032? Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness, or can we? I'm not to admit it. It's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
I at least got to give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Do you need a chance to review it?
Can they bring it up?
It should be up for counsel. Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Yes. Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify?
Do you have the transcript from the interviews, or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
Here it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
Here, just take me to the point in the transcript.
You know the page.
75.
Okay. What's that on the back? What are you talking about?
Can you go to the next page?
It's on that page. It's at the bottom.
He wants to see the next
Oh,
part.
I'm sorry.
So you want to use the transcript or the video?
Or the video.
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Can we play that for the jury now?
Any,
How does she hear it and not? I'm sorry. I might not be following.
please correct my apologies. If you would pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you'd cue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever
It's
timestamp.
the clip that we have.
Yeah. And let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at, Katie, and your drug court. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in. Cue up the video again. And press play, please.
So here's where it's at, Katie, and your drug court. Okay. They are looking for, and this can be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help them out with this.
And by help, he means like give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth. Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me. Yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
I mean, I just needed, I guess you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint. You need to lay it out for me, correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever because you struggled really hard to get where it is. I'll do whatever it takes, correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry. Yes.
It's fine. Okay. You did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lauber?
Yes, I
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she says the pills were lighter than the pills in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity.
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just the picture.
If it's just the picture of the two
Tablets,
pills,
yeah, that's fine.
but there's a whole lot of
No. How about, can we just publish this? We don't have to. Do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objections?
if we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
Oh, she's redacting it in real time. Is there a second page? No, I'm sorry, is there a second?
Oh,
Yeah, that too.
And I can just show the photo.
If we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock
and
up.
then redact it later. And
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
so your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They are asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? Do you remember? They were asking you about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? It's over 90 and 91.
whoops.
And they're asking you about M30s. You see that? It's on page 90.
I am on 90.
What's the question, Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, what's
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys. Correct?
correct? I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
Well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxys or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lauber, I'm sorry. We're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript or if you're asking something based on her memory.
Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were? Or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, that's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone?
Yes.
Oxys.
Yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what did you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you say, oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them?
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, because you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
When I had told her what Robbie had, she said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for it. When I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
In jail or... Now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxys.
The ones from Susan Kohler, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I had reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can get fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No. Like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. What you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it.
Yes.
And you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Ms. Lauber, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
all right. But then they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone from Susan, that you were, Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was, and then they tell you it's fentanyl, and you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl, and you said, well, I didn't know that. Just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl, because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak loud.
Correct. Sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl, because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that, because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lauber, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you've said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct? Ms. Lauber, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened, because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway. Correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan. They were the light green pills that you got later. Correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's go to page 135 of that interview. Where did you tell them you left the pills?
Bind.
Oh, okay.
There's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
So there's three different ones. Yeah, there's three different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll ask
know,
the
that
question
may be-
based on that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them that, let's go to page 159, because you change your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159, then I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know I.
This is a lot.
You just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay.
159.
Listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page, okay?
Okay.
So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
The third one.
You think it was the third one?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the third one, which the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation, the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She
There
said
would be
there
the
were.
third one, no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third, no matter what you do.
It's the fourth that
Yeah,
was added.
it's sustained. It's the fourth that was added.
All right, well, now, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been at the other house, the Midway house.
Okay. So that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it. And in the closet, she told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
All right. Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No,
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up.
I don't recall.
Turn to page 213.
What was your question?
That you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
All 3 purchases were before it. Yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
Yeah.
nicer tone.
We
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement. Yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement. Yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote,
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you, correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lauber, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right. We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back. I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, and I understand this was 3
This-
years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now, right?
Yes.
Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it
Yeah.
again. Okay. Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years ago.
Well, 3
but
years
yes.
ago. Yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. Which might be in the next book. Book 2.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
Oh, it's on page.
And they tell you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You've brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew. Were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
So the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house. I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend would
okay, that makes sense.
up. Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
He was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay. Are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the 3. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's,
No, we're
we're
still,
talking about Susan's.
we're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, but you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30.
I just asked her if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory, is So you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s? Or
I think I named off a variety. If she could get me, I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl on the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right. Okay. And she told you need to talk to my friend Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like, gave
She gave me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it's
said
just
they,
Maynard. Trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
Or look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates. And they tell you they find 2 dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Somewhere up, yeah, the Ogden
Okay.
guy.
And they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could put it to link them together.
Okay. And they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it said Robbie and Nicole.
Okay. All right. So they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again and about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay. But the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
We'll go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview.
What page?
Oh, I might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off that? All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom. No, we need to go to the next page. So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
What was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay. That on that day, you said the money was in the fire pit, and you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan. And then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd, page 108, going over to 109.
Which binder?
The May 3rd interview binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109. That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
Over to 109.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Needs help?
Yeah, I think I'm confused with the binders. Oh, yep, I was in the wrong binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
They're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending, Ms.
Yes.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever. And then you said that you fronted the money to Susan
Correct.
and then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you told them on this interview.
But I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct?
Correct.
You told them it was the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay. You're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Just go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll. See this? The first I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet?
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right. Okay, do you see down towards the bottom of the page? So I know for a fact the first ones weren't. Doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, do you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What was the question you were
The
asking?
question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said correct. Right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you was asking the question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134? I'm going to look I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm going to go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
At the bench?
Yes, please. Just brief.
I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning, please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening to, reading, watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I appreciate your patience today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. I need you to be here ready to go again at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
All right. An important instruction. Between now and then, you cannot talk to anyone about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done. But the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? All right. You can step down. Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury and the action we took. Any objection?
No objection. No, regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
I do understand.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, "Judge," I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. "Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury? Question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise." In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay. We'll recess for the evening. Please travel safely. Take care. Court's in recess. Thank you. We're on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant Ms. Richins are present along with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite Ms. Lauber back in to take the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Of course. Oh, do you need a Band-Aid?
No, oh, no.
It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay. Take them off. That's fine. May we invite Ms. Lauber onto the stand while you are getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that.
Make sure you tell her you can't. Make sure you tell her. Yeah.
Ms. Lauber, good morning. You'd take the stand again. We'll get you a glass of water.
Thank you.
And you can feel free to put it wherever is safe.
Home Diesel, I'll probably still.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauber, we're on the record. We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
All rise, jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know if, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes, she was one of her aunt's clients, yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other. Fair? So I want to ask you, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Okay. Pull the mic just a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot. You sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it up for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was for an open house. But the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage
Yes.
and yourself and
2 other.
2 others.
Yes.
Okay. And you went in and it was the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified while she's getting that up that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then. She already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house, yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the 9th that I deposited in my checking account.
Oh, okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour and the other was $20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that, no.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this, no. She sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other 2?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
We
Yeah.
can pause there for just a moment. My apologies. We need to hand out some glasses.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take them off. Yeah, grab them. I'd be useless without mine. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. So when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, I don't know if it was the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
I'll turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Do you recall that they asked you if you'd talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. School year.
You told me that
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's take a look.
You and Matt Gottlieb was asked the question.
I was
Appreciate it.
okay. I was just trying to point out. Right. You should stand here and then over to here. Okay. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on. And then, isn't it true you said, no, you haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lauber? Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bonsavage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall. Yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, a recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with with the feds?
Your Honor, objection foundation. Just when is this call? What call?
While you were in
I need you to provide a little more detail.
Okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And and you called Nick Bonsavage, And you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here's that, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, that was not, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Monsavage.
Correct.
All right.
Objection, I think that misstates both the evidence and the
I
reality.
need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation. Yeah.
As to...
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
You told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation. And that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Monsavage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm not introducing it.
Refreshed.
Yeah. Ask her about that. Questions. Down if you want.
It's complete. This is
Okay, that's fine. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Well, we might want to remark this.
Yes, yeah.
It's marked as an impeachment. But I guess we're going to wait.
Well, you could.
Is that okay?
It's marked how it's marked. You can
That's
still look at
okay.
it. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's fine. Did you pull it up?
Thank you. Sorry. No, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Do you want to admit it?
yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
no, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about, I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well,
correct.
I mean,
a few
I
minutes
remember
ago.
telling him I'd met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the. So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. You remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are
Do you-
we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter? The immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right. You've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right. We'll just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were
Two men and
yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. She asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I
cooperating?
don't recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them, though, about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview?
What's the date?
July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Correct. It's right here.
Okay. So you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay. And was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't even think what day it is, February of 26. And so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
So hold on, I gotta count back to.
I mean, that's not correct.
I'm not sure of the dates.
All right. Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates.
Okay.
Or what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine?
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today. Correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was.
Yes.
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask
That's
the
what
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
That's the one.
Yeah, I just
All right.
need you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
No, that is not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No.
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
Nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Bond-Savage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today, as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No,
When you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
no, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Von Savage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones so just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am, well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then,
Refreshing her recollection?
thank you so much, refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we play it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
Maybe let's get the calls with Nick and roll for anything.
See you. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you need a restroom break?
Where she talks about. That's the
Yes.
last time we were able
All right,
to
so-
those we tried to get.
Please do not talk to anybody during the
We
restroom
have
break.
to.
Right, just affirmatively avoid people.
No.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You can take a restroom break. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I just want to make sure they're on the same topic.
Why don't we go off the record for a moment?
All right, Kouri.
Seat, folks. Thank you. All right. Have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you put the headphones on, Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen. And when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay, I'm saying.
Okay, and then we're gonna do the second one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you'd take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Bon Savage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Bon Savage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one. Yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up. This should work. Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007. Oh, I'm sorry. So
Katie, would you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in.
Okay.
Let me know when you've plugged back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop.
It's just
Forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into...
Well, because remember I kept asking, like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
yeah, I don't know.
Play the next part.
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and I went with somebody else, which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
Right, we listened to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick, correct?
All right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. She's going to ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Ms. Whistler asked you how often that when you were using drugs, how often you were using. And you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. You recall that?
Correct.
Okay. But that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not sorry, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. And if you take a look at that, and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
What was your question?
Is that, in fact, what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says, and the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house, and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't
referring
say which
to.
Day.
That's what I'm referring to.
Which purchase?
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet, and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Just objection foundation. Which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record
All right.
what she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says.
Your Honor, could we approach for just a moment?
Yes. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but
If you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it, but
right.
if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
Okay, let me just figure out where I'm at and then we'll do that.
No problem.
All right, let me ask you this. The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, give me one moment. Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript? All right. If you could look at line 18, and this is early in the interview, Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right.
Oh.
And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
So then Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection under 106.
Forgive me for a moment. Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest of
fine.
the response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read or answer the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler. Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills, and you testified yesterday, you did give them to Kouri that night. It was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said, the money, go inside the house, the money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
The question is not evident today.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're at line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks, on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So you told,
Objection.
Please pause. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Completeness. She does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
all right, I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Objection, completeness.
Your Honor,
It keeps going.
I think though if that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23? I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing of a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says okay, and you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to give this back to you for now. So back to my original question is you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mm-hmm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. You need to look at
I don't think it was a year apart, but I can be confused on the date.
All right. If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today, 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or stay?
No, 57 is correct. I missed
Okay.
the book. Sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask you this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that before you play that, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
Okay. Then maybe we don't need to play it.
It's not her objection. That's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
All right. So, again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol in the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it. No.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall if you can
That's
or
fair.
not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Can you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you got from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it
Okay.
this time.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said, you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery. Correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also.
Yes.
Correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no. Correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff. Okay?
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor? Correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while. Correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you, roughly when did you have neck surgery? Correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier. Correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery, when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation
No.
officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
All right. So then you talk more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes.
Correct.
From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that yesterday.
I said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
Not that either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday, you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription. Yes, prescription oxycodone, and then, which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in Discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on.
I want to introduce this.
So we'll preview it for
Okay.
council once it's up.
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through?
And why is it that
Not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for a minute.
Can you go to page 71?
Right, through line 25.
we only have that one page?
So just 71. Whatever page you had up.
Just pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago.
Red lines.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
read 70.
Okay.
Does the clip start at page 70?
It is where it's just. Yeah, it's just a little
Oh,
bit.
okay. What line does what page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70. Okay, the state objects under complete 71, page 71 of the transcript. It continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right. I mean, Your Honor, I
Through
think that,
line 11 of 71 at least.
I mean, I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that
If
on
you
redirect.
gotta play the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
Can't play an incomplete clip.
Pull it back a page to 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line, let's see, let's back.
Page 70.
70, Miss Lauber.
Okay, that's like information. That's what I thought.
Let's go back then to line 11. Ms., do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay. Did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But, all right. We're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes. Okay. All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
Pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It's a street drug. I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23.
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay. So in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay. Do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or two later.
Maybe, yes, correct.
Okay. Tell me again, so that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear, you've said different things, if it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing. It was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done. that
Are
was
you
flipping.
aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking,
Okay,
correct?
correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No.
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Overruled. Let's keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, sorry, you've been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Can we publish that, please? Can you see that?
Yes.
That's a selfie, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so. Correct, I guess.
So if we pull up just for, well, no, let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back, yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was...
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
Okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We'd move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Either 3,000. 3,000.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that...
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
All right, so yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But, in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain,
Either way,
driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay. All right. So this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a third purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
No.
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry,
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
Yes.
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but.
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the third purchase took place.
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
Yeah, I understand. But now you're sure.
Yes.
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
My bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account, tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your third purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase?
Yes.
You've confused me.
Well, it's kind of confusing because we
you
have a bunch of
bounce
statements.
you
that
bounce
they're-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23 when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page.
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You do.
Sure. 1 sec.
Okay.
Which line number are we at? Is it?
I'm checking. That makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says same phone number that you used to contact, and you say,
objection, Your Honor, I think we're refreshing at this point, not impeaching.
Fair. Sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read and then ask your next question.
all right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you meant out loud. I'm like,
No, my
okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah.
And then will you give me the next page up on the screen, please? If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I've reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Thank you.
Line 5 of that next page? Yes. All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to impeach it.
Yeah. Well, can we just? Okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Lewis.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you?
That's okay. It just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86,
Okay.
and the top of 87, through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So, do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time?
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time you just said, give me more of the same. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House and the cup in the closet, correct? For that second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second,
I
Ms.
think
Lauber.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms. Whistler, where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills. Second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Bon Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20...
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the vet? Ms. Whistler.
Yes, Miss Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but
All right. Well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm in hand the witness, which is marked as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Understood.
All
right. Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. These are just the dates of all the interviews with, it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm going to put that in the right now.
But it doesn't say who the interviews with.
Transcription of interviews with Carmen. I'm just going to get the dates straight.
Well, right, we know
Dates.
Carmen did all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her.
Oh, doesn't matter. I'm just asking her for the dates, and she can't remember the dates. I mean,
Counsel, would you pause for a
let me
minute?
just see what she says, and then I'll
2
clarify.
notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold. Everybody's cold. My toes were getting
Ms.
cold.
Lauber, please pause. Okay, we're going to take a restroom break. Everybody can have a seat for a minute. We'll be in a break until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffat, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Sure.
In word, Your Honor, can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How
Before
much time do you
next
need?
Can we come back at 10? Well, I don't, how long am I going to be in chambers?
You know, we can do that second if you want to attend to something first.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes. Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Miss Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you. Before we invite the jury back in.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. Okay. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
All right.
Have a seat when you come in. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. You're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right, yes, I know. I'm sorry, but let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler 1 time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right, fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I
you
don't
needed
recall.
To see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
Right.
May 12th.
This one's a little long.
You know, I'm going to take that.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Now, May 12th, what page?
No page yet. I just want you to have,
Oh,
that's the interview we're going to talk about.
okay.
Right now, okay? You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that for you, see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the
I'm on page 2 or 1.
of the May 12th, 2023?
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3/23.
It's the wrong one. Would you go to the tab that has 5/12?
Oh, way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that might make sense now.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3, line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right, so you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he said, you did. So he acted shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still, though, were telling him you were worried about it.
I had told him I had a visit with him, yes.
And that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
Bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7? Okay.
This one says 8. I'm on 7.
I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you, correct?
On page 7, it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they'd been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right. Yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones,
They did have
right?
to, yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl and overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Jackson, Your Honor, that's not what it said.
Yes, it is on the top of page 12.
The word here.
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
You added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Ms.
I'll read it
Lauber,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're right.
Is that
I
yes
added
or
it.
no?
Yeah, sorry.
I added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
It says the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said.
These parallel drug
Yes.
investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16?
See at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3?
Yes. So now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening, and you didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I
Correct?
recall.
So I'm not...
On a jail call or...
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter and you were like telling her, I don't even know what happened. Correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened and you're like, I don't even know. Correct?
Your Honor, foundation. I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this refresh your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done reading that?
The objection is sustained. And
Okay.
also, we're having pronoun and article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and
All right.
provide context in your questions.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I
just
thought
to
she
read.
said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go to
Oh, well, haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why
Okay.
you can't just read from it.
So, yeah. So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Lauber, and then wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation, it doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about. That's
Not the
fine. If you
conversation.
don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. I just said,
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard at the end of this interview tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023. All right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall,
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right. Well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview?
Which page?
Just at the beginning.
Which date?
Which date? What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Carmen, if you haven't already.
513. Okay, not this.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
page
range?
Page I need to be on?
Look at the beginning. I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here. On page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Bonsavage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Bonsavage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that? Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they'd met with Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Bonsavage, it's through Nick they decide that that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, new page.
At line 7, Detective Maynard. He asked you if there's a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's look at page 29. You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases. I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked about that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But today, you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure in 2022 there were 3, your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. And let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they are going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18. Oh, 19.
Okay.
All right. So just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out. Something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
You pause for one moment, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, just foundation. We're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. That we can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Lewis.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detective.
I don't recall if they ever brought
All
it or
right.
not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they released you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my
Okay. So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody. Correct?
Correct.
And you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court. It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay. But let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you're released from the jail. Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
And one thing they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning, so I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard.
Correct.
To tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
Sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
Okay.
It's paused. It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of Judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine? You'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was that you were not to have any contact with Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Bonsavage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Savage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay. Well, that's not what that says.
But maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these were...
Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection, so if you'd follow up on that.
All right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed, and you were allowed to go see them in person.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Bonsavage?
To install GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant was ordered to have no contact with Kouri, Darling, the loss of court. Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Bonsavage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused. Combines in the top
Okay.
to the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Bonsavage,
Correct.
but you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him. I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right. So you didn't pay any attention to that condition.
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023.
I'm not quite sure
correct?
when he graduated.
If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if he could, yes.
All right. So you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right. So that's how you got those letters.
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question, that kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022. And you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data, cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right. So whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory. It was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right. Fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court.
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022.
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes. Wait, you've confused me. Can you ask the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Right. Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes.
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
Correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020, March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
March 5th, he passed away?
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way, the pills were after he passed away, correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So after you said you were willing to cooperate, and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years.
Correct.
And you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of, in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard, and he says Lauber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here,
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are you
I still keep tabs? He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
He does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct, but I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No.
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
Correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023. Yes. And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them, no.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested?
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said?
No.
Correct?
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked them up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment? I don't have anything else. I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't have any objection.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffitt shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They're given to him.
And they're dated, you see, April the 19th, 2024. Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors are still reading that.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Mister, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have
for.
you ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good. Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes, they provided one through Wasatch Mental. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood. From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused with what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
And that same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple of days till they came to see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer? Has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detective said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, do you think that did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them, but
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We don't have to review. Were all of those transcripts accurate transcripts of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
yes.
Your Honor, the state's marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview as 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. We haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Miss Lauber, at bottom, let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact.
may impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Miss Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand to hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further, for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Lauber. Thank you. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I need you to step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Current state of affairs. The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross-examination.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion, which when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out of court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't, I guess I disagree with this.
I guess, how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out of court statements being made being admitted for the truth of the matter, right? Because
they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
Well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out of court statements.
I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out of court statement. Yes, the state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted in Carmen Lauber's statements. The state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals. We're offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all. And the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay, 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? It has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01, the declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. Like these transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure. D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission, there is not foundation for them. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statement. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various lies. But she is, in the great arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Working on it.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous. And the jury, it might go back to the jury room and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
And,
Scott,
and
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're getting.
okay.
I'm
Sorry.
slow. Get exhibit by exhibit. I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the rule 801 D1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, even throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent. Carmen Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers. And then Ms. Lewis, I'll give you the benefit of the record
I was just going to tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts
combined.
combined, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
No, I think Your Honor's identified the issues. I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement, under D1B is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here for two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So, based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
Right.
Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes.
Okay.
Doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else from Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Your
fine. Is lunch here? Okay. Okay. Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. We may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right? Second, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony. Okay. So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
No.
Ms. Nestor?
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch the rest of the proceedings on television or video?
I would imagine you have
I don't watch any of it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't. I stay away from it.
Okay. Can you follow that instruction? All right. Very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Moffitt, thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, may I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Fine.
What time would you like to come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fun.
All right. Can we invite the jury back in?
Anna as well.
Yeah. It's batteries. Once a week. All right, jury. Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long. Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30. Grab a seat.